Good afternoon. I'm Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. Thank you, Dr. Herring, for that introduction.
Hi, Dr. Herring. Okay, Dr. Herring. Hi, Dr. Herring.
There's no one else who loves me like you used to. I know all the feelings that we shared in the past. To last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright tonight. It's hard to feel like Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. When I feel sometimes I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know time's hard to let go. I've had enough. Moving on. We're moving on.
Please help us welcome to the stage our Atlanta Public Schools Superintendent,
Dr. Lisa Herring.
Good afternoon. A special thank you and recognition to Zion and Joshua. Let's hear it again for both of them. Listen, I am, and this next statement is so appropriate, over the moon, excited about this moment for so many reasons. I'm over the moon excited because this is Mission Possible APS 2036. And before I begin, for clarity, why 2036? If you saw Juliana on the screen earlier as she came in through room 1, she's a 4-year-old. Our 4-year-olds in Atlanta, across the state of Georgia, across the globe, across the country, they are the class of 2036. Let's hear it for the class of 2036. If you didn't know, now you know. So if you have a 4-year-old, you can take it from there. But the preparation that we must do for Juliana, for every 4-year-old, not just in Atlanta Public Schools, but across our state, our country, it's an imperative. It's a moral imperative around this work. It is a mission that we must make possible. I'm excited for the opportunity to connect with you this afternoon. There is a groundswell of opportunities to explore, and the energy in this room is right for it. I felt it before I walked in. Is the energy in this room right for it? It is. But I want to start by getting personal. So I take the stage as the very proud superintendent of Atlanta Public Schools. But I am also just Lisa, and that's important. Lisa, for whom education has made living a destiny and my calling a mission possible. Lisa, the mother, a single mother who has watched her own daughter, my daughter, live her mission and make it possible. Also, Lisa, the former language arts teacher and middle school counselor, who has seen firsthand the sea change, colleagues, in the ways we deliver on our teaching and learning at its very core. The magnitude of that change that demands that we pay attention to not only how we do this work, but the why in doing this work and the end goal of doing this work. And I have also I've seen it with my own eyes, and I cannot unsee it, how innovation, even incremental innovation, can unlock barriers, widen the lens of possibility, and change the trajectory of the lives of the students entrusted in our care on this K-12 journey, a journey that we cannot take alone. But as Atlanta Public Schools superintendent, I'm reminded every day that I'm in a city like Atlanta. A city like Atlanta. Just say it, Atlanta. You can say it a little stronger than that. Atlanta, home to the prestigious Spelman College, which is currently investing $86 million in an 84,000 square foot center for innovation in the arts. What city is it again? Atlanta. We're at the Atlanta University Center, the world's oldest and largest association of historically Black colleges and universities, lives and thrives. What city? Atlanta, home to the Georgia Institute of Technology, which produces the most technology graduates per year in the nation. What city? Hub to Apple and Google and Microsoft and Nike and Visa. Atlanta, which has seen 15% growth in tech jobs over the last 5 years, rivaling the San Francisco Bay Area at 16%. And yes, that's Silicon Valley. And so guess what? I saw it walking in on someone's sweatshirt. It's Atlanta, the city that influences, because you know like I know. And now It's the time for us to do more. I am proud to lead Atlanta Public Schools in its 150th anniversary year. That's right, 150 years since 1872. This is a milestone year for our organization that we must not misuse. Now is the time to build a legacy for 150 years to come. And the technology you experience next door is available today in only a few of our schools. But that technology and that intersection, that's our imperative. As superintendent of Atlanta Public Schools, shepherding the district in its 150th year in a city like Atlanta, now I choose to work with our scholars so that they have more access to innovation. I choose, we choose, our teachers choose, our principals ask, how do we innovate more? Reaching for equity in education means every scholar and every school in a city like Atlanta should have access to leading edge technology that makes their mission possible. Did you meet a Segway or our Segway robots in the room? If you did, can I see an applause or get an applause? Imagine one of our scholars behind the wheel, not literally, but figuratively, so stay with me, enrolled in their neighborhood school, but taking certification courses like Joshua at Atlanta College and Career Academy, and also being able to have the opportunity to be anywhere at any time. This kind of technology makes it possible. This is possible. This is Mission Possible 2036. And why the Illuminarium? To illuminate, to bring light, to shine a light in a city like Atlanta that changes and reshapes education in such a way that we dare not forget what keeps us coherent: relationships, service, people, but that we shine a light and we bring out a light in every scholar, not just Juliana 2036, but every scholar. And that mission is possible. So welcome officially to the Atlanta Public Schools school year 22-23 State of the District Conversation. That's all right, you can applaud. So today we meet as educators, leaders, and stakeholders, but more importantly, we meet as partners with a clear and vested interest in education, believing that there is work for us to do together to usher in a culture of innovation, to cultivate that culture of innovation in Atlanta Public Schools. We are clear that it is through radical innovation that we increase educational equity, improve learning outcomes. Yes, we dare not lose sight in literacy and numeracy, improve learning outcomes, and prepare the future movers and shakers in the city of Atlanta. And as we strengthen our culture of innovation, we are secure and we are sure that there will be a brighter future for the scholars present with us today. And those who we graduate this year and next year and the next year and the next year. That's our work. But it is our collective work, partners, with every single one of you. Before I go any further, as a superintendent, I want to thank every one of you, whether I can see you or not, whether you are connected with us virtually or physically in this room. I want to recognize and thank you because I want to acknowledge that it is not out of an overabundance of time that you are here. I believe you are here, you are connected because you have a commitment, a desire to not only be a light, but to spark and ignite a light for our schools, for our scholars, for our system, for our city. To our Atlanta Board of Education, I see you, I do, and it is my pleasure to invite you to stand so that we may collectively thank the Atlanta Public Schools Board of Education, if you would. They are here. It is an honor. It is an honor to work alongside of each one of you, and I mean that sincerely. And for us to work alongside our scholars and serve our community. The Board of Education, this Board of Education is tenacious, bold, and dynamic in its leadership for our district. Our work to assure the best and brightest future of Atlanta Public Schools requires a clear vision. It requires a clear and daring strategy with radical innovation. This APS board supports and challenges and helps to shape that work in the best way possible. Several of our district principals are in the room. Atlanta Public Schools principals, please stand. Please stand. And we better recognize let me be clear. This superintendent and this board understands that our principals are our frontline leaders, that they are the CEOs of the buildings that exist within our community, helping to shape and cast the vision that is in front of us. I know that there are many of you who are here, and I know that there are those of you who have also connected with us online. As your superintendent, I want to always remember and never forget your leadership, your service, and your commitment. I know that there are more. You are valued, you are appreciated, and in this moment, I simply want to communicate that I am grateful, and your community is grateful for you. To our teachers, there are a few in the room, but many are exactly where you would think they might be, in classrooms, perhaps connected or viewing later. And as we continue to expand State of the District, thinking of the time where our teachers can also fill the room, we must acknowledge them in their fearlessness, their inspiration, their passion, their selflessness, and exceptional leadership that they've given over the last several years, but especially since 2020 and beyond. Please join me in applauding our teachers. To all of our APS leaders, teachers, and staff, those behind the scenes and those who are right up front at the table, in the classroom, in the brick and mortar across our city, we thank you. Community partners and elected officials in the room, your support, your advocacy, and your investment are difference makers for nearly 50,000 scholars. I want to thank you as superintendent for your generosity. And I recognize that for you to take the time to convene with us like this is when you let us know that when your school district calls, you respond. I know it is a curiosity about how your investment is working, partners, I know, as much as it is about where your work aligns with ours and the spaces and places where you can do more. Naturally, as superintendent, on behalf of our board and our scholars, we are grateful for that. And to everyone streaming, and there are those who are streaming online, whether you are watching us now or later, thank you. And please stay connected. To all of you, please stay connected. As I take you through our stories of inspiration and innovation and into the myriad of ways that we are impacting the class of 2036. And if you're online, take a moment and go into the chat. You all know that's what we do. You've been doing that since you've been Zooming since 2020. Give a shout out. Go into the chat. Give a word of inspiration. Stay connected. We want you to feel engaged online for as much as those who are in the room. And please use the hashtag 2036 Mission Possible to share your experience throughout today's events. And now, before I move forward, before I get into a little bit more of this presentation, it's only appropriate that I take the opportunity to bring to this podium, to this stage, my board chairwoman, our board chairwoman, Ishay Collins, to give her charge as we work towards greatness in Atlanta Public Schools. Board chairwoman, Ishay Collins.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Herring. Hi. So, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to add my own words to thank each of you for joining us online and in person for our annual State of the District. I am pleased to see such a strong representation from our student body in the room today, as I always am. As chair of the Atlanta Board of Education, I have the honor and privilege of working with a dedicated team to enable the success of our schools and this district. I want to acknowledge and thank my colleagues, especially this afternoon, on whose behalf I speak with confidence. Joining us is your District 1 Representative, Katie Howard, your District 2 and Board Vice Chair, Aretta Baldwin, District 3, Michelle Olympiades, District 4, Jennifer McDonald, your at-large seat 7, Tamara Jones, your at-large member seat 8, Cynthia Briscoe Brown, and our newest board member representing at-large seat 9, Jessica Johnson, who also recently replaced my great friend, colleague and former board chair, Jason, now State Senator Jason Estevez, who's with us today. Thank you. We do this work to ensure good and progressive governance of Atlanta Public Schools because our passion for transforming the lives of children and because of successes we have witnessed and experienced in our communities we represent give us the impetus to push forward. We do this work because all of our futures depend on it. I want to speak to some of the work you may not get to see overtly today, the diligent work put in by our board when we gather as a think tank and we work to provide district leadership and our educators with the tools and systems they need to be able for our children to have success. Our work is to ensure that the experience you marveled at on entering today's venue become normalized for every APS scholar from every socioeconomic background and every zip code in Atlanta. Today, your Atlanta Board of Education operates under the student outcome focused governance framework, centering our work on the vision and values expressed by our community on what we want our scholars to know and be able to do. The good stewardship of our district is more than the best laid plans. It is truly about where the rubber meets the road, where we meet and exceed our targets we set in numeracy, literacy, graduation rates, and our scholars' readiness for college and career post-APS. Yes, the pandemic happened, and yes, we have experienced challenges, but the 150-year legacy of Atlanta Public Schools remains strong, and our investments in academic recovery are truly bearing fruit. We can only get to Mission Possible APS 2036 by ensuring a strong, agile, and well-equipped APS today. And we are looking for a coalition of the willing to join us on the road to 2036 and beyond. And so every partner here today, every teacher, every leader, every APS parent, every stakeholder has a role to play in enabling an impactful and inspiring K-12 experience for our scholars. And so your Atlanta Board of Education is committed to ensuring APS can deepen and scale the innovation you have witnessed and will hear more about today. It is both mission critical and mission possible. So please enjoy today's presentation, and I look forward to engaging with you in the interest and investment in our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Chairwoman Collins. Again, for our Board Chairwoman, Ishay Collins. From the boardroom to the classroom, that's right. From the boardroom to the classroom, everything we do at every level ushers our scholars towards new and greater possibilities. This year's State of the District Mission Possible APS 2036 is so titled because we understand and we want to make clear our intentionality about where our work must begin. And that is with our youngest scholars who are present in their pre-K classes, with sails ready to be filled with the right winds and pointed toward the trajectory of possibility. We are supportive and have partnered with the city of Atlanta in such a way to even invest in them. But remember, they are indicative of 2036, the work we must do right now. In a partnership like the one we recently celebrated, with our city's goal of $20 million investing in APS, bringing $5 million towards that investment into our earliest learners as prepared and ready for a purposeful K-12 experience, preparing educators and scholars and families alike for 2036, starting right now. We are here to imagine an intentional and certain future that ensures today's pre-K meets the goals of not only graduating on time, or if not before 2036, but that they graduate inspired and fully equipped for a world where technology and innovation are the main drivers. Yes, we have defined it, and yes, yes, and yes. I am naming that Atlanta Public Schools is reimagining the future for our scholars, our schools, the city of Atlanta, and the world through the work we are doing today. And when Atlanta Public Schools structures and cultivates that model, influencing everything, so does the world. I want you to consider these three words as the major pillars of our work in Atlanta Public Schools and what I want to resonate within you today before I take my seat. Inspiration, innovation, and investment. Inspiration, innovation, and investment. Repeat. Inspiration, inspiration, innovation, and investment. Inspiration that drives student success. Innovation in the ways that we work, the tools we work with, and innovation in how we engage. And of course, the investments we make in our scholars and our schools, where it's yielding returns and where we need to innovate and find the inspiration to do more. Inspiration, look at you, innovation and investment. Let that sit for a few seconds and fill this room with the energy that's already here. Today, my goal is to deconstruct the ideas we have about innovation, to deconstruct the ideas we have about innovation. And if our learning spaces look the same as they did, follow me, colleagues, in the 1980s and the 70s, maybe the 60s, and the 1950s, if that's what we're thinking, there may be some graduating classes from all years. There's some inspiration and innovation that I must usher in today. Because the challenge of this opportunity is that our classrooms and that engagement must look different. Our scholars have presented that as a moral imperative. It is the work. The inspiration, the innovation, and the investment cannot and will not live in what our classrooms look like back then. Ask someone very quickly, what year did you graduate high school? Share if you like, put it in the chat. When did you graduate? Y'all know the year. Go ahead, shout it out. Class of 1990 all day, right here. I'm just saying. See? All right. We're dating ourselves. We're dating ourselves. Listen. Woo! All the numbers in this room. Y'all see all those numbers? Woo-hoo! Let me bring you back. We must inspire, innovate, and invest in our scholars to ensure that they graduate as critical thinkers, as skilled problem solvers, that they are resourceful, that they are self-directed and goal-oriented and curious, that they are academically prepared, self-reflective, and globally connected, starting now and moving forward. These characteristics, by the way, reflect the Atlanta Public Schools profile of a graduate, the profile of a graduate. It's in front of you. Now more than ever, we must rethink and recreate meaningful education experiences for our students. And again, I know the mission is possible. There is awe-inspiring work happening across our schools. Our teachers are inspired, our leaders are inspired. Our partners are demonstrating that they are inspired, and we are grateful. And because of the work, we are experiencing breakthroughs like never before. Now, I'd like one of our scholars to share the mission of Atlanta Public Schools. And as I am an educator, I'm going to ask you to listen for some key words. Aiden, aren't you in the room? There we go.
Through a caring culture of equity, collaboration, and trust, every student will graduate ready for college, career, and life.
I asked you, that's right. Thank you, Aiden. And you all get ready for Aiden. He's about to continue to change the world. You've heard what he said, and Aiden is also our Student Council Vice Chair for our Student Advisory Council. Just take a moment, one word that you've heard that Aiden spoke to, and I'll ask you to say it quickly to the person next to you. It could be caring culture. Take a moment. Equity. Chat it in online. Trust. Collaboration. Graduate scholars. That readiness for college, career, and life. Yes, a caring culture. Equity, trust, and collaboration are hallmarks in the way we work. But it is the inspiration and innovation and the investments you bring that make the mission to graduate every APS scholar ready for college, career, and life, truly a mission possible. And when I say graduate scholars ready for college, career, and life, I mean our scholars, and please stay with me in this moment. I mean our scholars should leave APS already enrolled, already employed, already ready to enlist, or already an entrepreneur. We're on the same page already. Well, what does that mean, Lisa? Well, it's very clear. As they come up to the stage, secure that diploma, already is already in place. Enroll in post-secondary education, as many already are in our dual enrollment programs. Already enrolled. Say already. You're with me. Already employed in a career. I know I got ahead of myself in a career they choose because they are skilled. They participated in internships, partners, and apprenticeships, partners across many of the organizations represented in this room and are therefore ready to join your workforce to fill vacancies that you already defined, leaving us because we work together to create that employment, ready to enlist and to take advantage of opportunities in the military and in leadership and beyond. Our Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps just received, and applause is appropriate, a $500,000 grant from the Department of Defense to help implement our Summer STEM Academy. We are preparing our more than 2,300 JROTC scholars for careers in and outside of the military. And if scholars are not leaving APS enrolled, say enrolled. If they're not leaving us already employed, say employed. And if they're not already leaving us ready to enlist, say that. They should leave us as entrepreneurs, creating new opportunities for themselves and innovating to solve real world problems right now, today. I call these our 4 E's. Say the 4 E's. I'll say them. Enrolled, enlisted, employed, or entrepreneurs ready for college, career, and life. That is the mandate. And speaking of graduates, the APS graduation rate reached yet another all-time high this year. Our class, our distinguished class of 2022, narrowed the gap with the state to a difference of 0.1%, reaching our highest ever of 84%. Of 84%. Whenever that applause occurs, I like to remind individuals we love the applause for our scholars because it is our scholars who've done the work. And it is also our scholars who remind us of the 4 E's. And one of my 4 E's, enrolled, right? This is what we know is important. This group of scholars graduated APS, enrolled in colleges and universities with academic and athletic scholarships of, not really, $164 million earned. $164 million earned in scholarships. $51,000 per scholar is what that averages out to. And yes, that's worthy of call out and celebration. You cannot tell me that the mission is impossible. It is possible. But the question then is, how did we get here? So we get here by embracing, slow down, Lisa, because I want them to hear this, design thinking and challenging our people. That's innovation. We ensured that our scholars were at the table, sharing their voices and co-creating with us. That's inspiration. And we also got there with the help of our partners. And yes, that's investment. Signature APS partners like Delta have come to the table and have stayed with us year after year to ensure that we can fill the gap where our funding does not keep pace with our innovation and inspiration for 2025 and 2030 and 2036. It's staying and filling the gap. We want you to just hear exemplars like that, partners like the Members First Credit Union. A round of applause because they are our 2022 Partner of the Year. And Coca-Cola, who leverage resources that allow us to provide individual tutoring, literacy coaches, teacher appreciation, corrective glasses, and shoes for our scholars, and so much more. So again, our partners in the room, we are open to co-creating that experience with you. We believe that that creativity is there, but most importantly, we are wedded to that investment. We want to be responsible stewards. We have been at the table with Nike, who is making the city of Atlanta home to its newest technology center this summer. And I've heard that the new tech center will focus on logistics and supply chain management, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And we know that there is a nexus there for the scholars of Atlanta public schools. Our vision for the future is that our scholars would be immersed in experiential learning, so such that the classroom where we teach computer science and coding and artificial intelligence, like you experienced outside, is outside of the building, of the school building. It can be, you all, outside of the brick and mortar. We name it as an imperative, but as we innovate and imagine, yes, it can happen in our classrooms. But what if it happens inside of the corporations represented in this room? What does that do? We build relationships early. You start building those soft skills now. And when we think of those 4 E's and they leave us, they're employees that you've already helped shape, that we help co-create based on their talent together. So we must imagine a mission that's possible. Let's further deconstruct this imperative of innovation around teaching and learning. Today, artificial intelligence programs can quickly write songs and poems, essays, and even code for the creation of computer applications. With this kind of emerging technology, the ability to think critically, imagine, create, and develop the personal genius, just say the word, personal genius. To develop the personal genius of every scholar is paramount to the work of educators. And there is no point in fighting it. It's already here. Our scholars are already hungry. It is the way of the future. And we must uncover the ways to leverage it as an advantage to co-creating. And my team knows that's one of my favorite words, our mission possible. And what about learning? What about learning in a mixed reality environment? Oh my, hey Bennett. It's great to see you. I have a question for you today.
Okay, Dr. Harry. I am listening.
What role can corporations around the city of Atlanta play in reimagining classrooms of the future?
I imagine APS scholars can learn AP Computer Science at Apple. I wonder if they could also take Introduction to Business Technology at Microsoft. Oh, and Dr. Herring,
Yes.
I wonder if scholars can serve as an apprentice intern at the Nike Tech Center in Atlanta. I believe the mission is possible.
Bennett, so do I. Let's hear it for Bennett. And let's hear it if you believe that mission is possible. Hey, I like that part. I do. We are staying at the table with Nike and tech giants like Google and Verizon. So I am confident, like never before in my professional career, that the mission is possible. Our students are excited about the work Google has already begun in our schools. And I want you, because I love celebrating and shining this light on our scholars in schools, check out this highlight of the launch of the APS Google expanded partnership at Mays High School just a few weeks ago. Today, Atlanta Public Schools is a Grow with Google partner, and our seniors are already taking classes with Google certified teachers for professional Google career certificates in digital marketing and e-commerce, IT support, data analytics, project management, and user experience design. Did y'all hear that mouthful? That part, yes. We are equipping our scholars to be ready to earn a median salary of more than $60,000 per year in these fields. I want you to consider that number. That's right. That's important. It deserves an applause, more than $60,000 per year in these fields. And I want you to consider that number against the backdrop of the median household income of Black families in the city of Atlanta being just over $40,000 per year. And did I mention that our scholars are becoming Google career certified at zero cost to them? Say that number, zero cost. Yes, that's part of Mission 2036. It is enabling us by a generous scholarship from our friends at Google. We launched the Grow with Google ongoing partnership in APS this past November, and I am quickly looking forward to how it will continue to shape and reporting on its success at our State of the District next year. And here it is, a quick recap of this enthusiastic kickoff with Google. The select few have been invited to become a part of an amazing initial partnership. You just tell me who it is. Mission Possible. Say it with me. Mission Possible. Earlier, I said those eyes. I need to remind you. Inspiration. All right, class. Inspiration. Innovation. Investment to make our mission possible. So I must also speak about some of the work we are doing with Apple and how they are investing in leaders and scholars across Atlanta Public Schools. APS cross-functional teams will engage in a behind-the-scenes culture tour at the Apple Store at Lenox Mall next month to examine how they design physical spaces and experiences. Imagine that. We're thoughtful now about those spaces. Apple has also invested in our student tech team mentoring program. I get so excited about this. Where our middle school students have the opportunity to learn from Apple experts on first level break fixes for devices. So what does that really mean, Dr. Heron? It means genius bars in our schools, staffed by our scholars. That in of itself is a round of applause. Apple is helping connect Tuskegee Airmen Global Academy and the Apple Distinguished Schools program so that TAG might become an Apple Distinguished School in the near future. And I struggle with the word might, because you know what I want to say, will become. And it is imperative that we work in that space. It is also imperative that I also speak to our collaboration with Sienna Corporation. Sienna has awarded a grant of $45,000 per school to Mays High School, Coretta Scott King Young Women's Leadership Academy, and Best Academy. This grant provides digital tools and resources to engage students with tools and resources so that they too can be able to solve real world problems that are identified, wait for it, listen to this, to solve real world problems identified in the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals that impact them and their communities. That's global, y'all. That's global. Our intellectual engineers, that's the word I like to use, our intellectual engineers, that their intellectual property helps to cultivate and engineer the work that's before us. Our scholars, our students, are innovating in digital fabrication spaces using code robots. They're using code, robotics, and media production to problem solve. That's what this is about. This mission, the mission is future focused on student outcomes, and future focused on being the conduit in a city like Atlanta of a steady stream of graduates that offer a compelling value proposition to the future and to the future workforce. And are you aware, and I need to make certain that we are, that skills first hiring, say that, skills first hiring is 5 times more predictive of an employer's future and of an employee's future performance than their college degree. This college degree reset began before the pandemic, and as put by Harvard University, there are major implications for how employers find talent and open up opportunities for the 2/3 of Americans without a college degree. And we're not talking about just any career opportunity. And for clarity, we are not minimizing the power and value of a college degree, but we have a responsibility to also provide for those for whom that's not one of their 4 E's, an amazing life journey. We're talking about family sustaining careers in healthcare, in financial services, in information technology, in engineering, the moment our scholars leave APS. And just so that you can hear this by the numbers, between 2023 and 2036, Atlanta Public Schools will produce, and I need you to hear this number, between right now in 2036, Atlanta public schools alone will produce more than 45,000 graduates, trained and ready to form a competitive workforce for the city of Atlanta and beyond. And that's just Atlanta. And yes, because we are inspired and we are innovating and we are finding the investors to make sure this mission is possible. We are doing the work. And just to add one more layer of innovation in APS, 2,500 of our scholars are currently learning to code. Let me say that again. 2,500, 2,500, depends on where you're from, however you want to say it. 2,500 of our scholars are currently learning to code K through 12, from the basics to advanced iOS application design and more. Ed Farm is pioneering this work in our schools, where kindergartners, again, my heart, yes, kindergartners are engaged and excited in our Littles Can Code clubs. We do that sometimes when we're younger. In our Littles Can Code clubs. And our seniors are using advanced programming languages to design mobile apps and software. Mission possible. I have been laser focused on our scholars today because that's Lisa's why. They are my why. And I believe for everyone in this room, for every stakeholder, they are your why as well. But I want you to be certain that innovation has become a movement across APS, and not only a movement, but that we are building momentum. We are the first school district to certify 100 instructional technology coaches, digital learning and media specialists as Ed Farm Innovation Fellows. As Ed Farm Innovation Fellows. We are adding 52 more teacher fellows this year, and we are working with what we have called Ed Tech champions across our schools to bring future-focused pedagogy into our learning spaces. If you're familiar with Senate Bill 108, you'll see that we are already well ahead of the state in moving to improve teacher capacity and establish computer science as part of our curriculum core across our elementary, middle, and high schools. And we've already started this work through the Georgia Standards Require, although the Georgia Standards requires full implementation by the 2024-2025 school year. 2024-25 is the benchmark. APS is already there. And that's because our mission is to make dreams possible that is driving us towards 2036. And now I want to talk about another one of our technology and innovation partners and how they are helping us to bridge the digital divide. This APS partner is helping us to do more in the space with experiential learning and using leading edge technology. And although I can't give more details at this moment right now, APS is excited to announce that we are expanding our partnership with Verizon and the Verizon Innovative Learning Lab with a suite of new and engineering and emerging technologies which will launch this spring. And so to the schools that need to get ready, H.J. Russell, Wheat Long Middle School, Price Middle School, and Coretta Scott King, Women's Leadership Academy. And again, inspiration, innovation, and investment.
My name is Monte. Wow, so weird, but great to be talking to you. I'm really busy today with my business, my job, and my schoolwork. And oh yeah, getting ready for graduation day too. That's right. I'm already an entrepreneur with my own registered business. Because I started doing curriculum learning at APS when I was first starting school, I was able to figure out at a really young age to practice learning and discovering new things that really meant the most to me. And with our and innovation labels, I have the tools to go beyond school learning, use my hands and my brain to figure out what I'm really good at. Turns out, I'm a great programmer. That's how I got my paid internship in the tech startup and my first client. The future of programming is definitely where I want my career to go. So getting a head start now, super important. Great to earn college credit and getting a paycheck. Oh, and since you're back there in my past, I guess I should say thank you for helping with all of this emotion. The choices you made were really made a difference. Okay, I gotta run. I have to meet my teacher after I to lab paperwork.
Say bye to Montez. Yes, bye-bye. Montez is representative of our fifth scholar, you encountered four as you came into the room today, all representative of that matriculation of the classes that would be 2036. And his moment just then is the preparation that we know can happen. He checked in from a future made possible by all of us in this room and for those of you watching online. Every single one of you has a role to play in moving APS forward to Montez's future. Innovation is not about the ideas we have, but the actions we take with these ideas. Innovation is not about the ideas we have, but the actions we take with those ideas. And as APS moves forward, so too does the city of Atlanta, with whom we have a strong and ever expanding partnership. Our mayor, a very proud alum of the Benjamin E. Mays High School, could not be here today, Mayor Andre Dickens, but he did send us a message.
Good afternoon. I'm Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. Thank you, Dr. Herring, for that introduction and for all you do. I wanted to be there in person to engage with our community during this impressive showcase of accomplishments and plans for Atlanta Public Schools, but I'm there with you in spirit. I'm a proud product and parent of APS. I know firsthand the role education plays in the lives of our young people. The continued transformation of our city is from the work we do together with our students. We must do all we can to ensure that Atlanta's youth are poised for a successful future. 2023 is the City of Atlanta's Year of the Youth. Mayor's Division of Youth Engagement, that's in early childhood, job training, and of APS graduates. We will continue to expand upon our innovative programs to serve the needs of our city's youth. I'm looking to APS and to all of you as strategic partners to help move Atlanta forward. Thank you.
Listen, as I was preparing this morning for today's State of the District Mission Possible 2036, I was listening to talk and I heard the statement that I cannot own as my own, but it was meant for Lisa to hear. Vision is the ability to see the invisible and make it possible. Vision is the ability to see the invisible and make it possible. And when you make it possible, impossible doesn't exist. This is our moment, Atlanta. This is our time, and these are our scholars. So often I am asked, how can we help you, Dr. Herring? What can we do? It is an imperative for me that what I communicate with you today is clear. As we seek inspiration to innovate around our core business, which is teaching and learning, and return value on the investments made in our scholars. And for our scholars, there is a voice that we recognize as mission critical. And while it is customary for educators and leaders in education to set out in making the best plans, we recognize that we needed to do more to center and demonstrate that we value the voice of students as a thought partner and co-creators. We can't do this work to our scholars. We have to do it with them. And let me be extraordinarily clear. Our scholars have, every single one of them, the intellectual property and genius, the creativity and curiosity to be thought partners with us. And so Atlanta Public Schools has deepened this work, engaging with our Student Advisory Council and scholars in our elementary, middle, and high school to connect with them, with their leaders for meaningful dialogue. By design, we are bringing our scholars to the table. We laid a solid foundation for that work this year, but there is more to do. As we convene what we call our connected leaders, over 200 leaders, principals, district staff, and for our regular meeting, we brought scholars to the table with those of us who have that responsibility to take care of them, to invest in them. And they gave us the information, the insight, the inspiration, and the charge for innovation that we need. Let's take a moment to watch before we close. If you ever want to know the truth, you can probably finish this sentence. Ask a scholar, ask a child, ask a student. They'll speak candidly and boldly without hesitation. So be ready. And in that space, we've learned. I would be remiss if I did not share that all across APS, our teachers, leaders, and support staff are actively engaged in the process of innovation, ideation, and continuous improvement. Because as George Couros stated in his book, The Innovator's Mindset, innovation is about being better tomorrow than we are today. We must innovate if we want our students to be able to think and create in a world that we can't imagine, but they must be prepared for. We introduced you to our APS 5 at last year's State of the District, and we spoke of what our 5 pillars were: data, curriculum and instruction, whole child and intervention, our special, unique signature programming, and personalized learning. These APS 5 continue to underpin our work. And each of you in this room who are watching and those who are online or watching, I want to remind you of something as we prepare to close, that you are venture capitalists investing already or seeking ways to invest in the future of Atlanta Public Schools and our scholars in exchange for an equity stake and a future that also impacts you. You're already venture capitalists. What role will you play in helping us move from inspiration to implementation, from innovation to implementation, from investment to implementation? If you are eager to learn about the ways that you can walk alongside us on this journey, then I'm glad that you are here, and I'm glad that you are online. Together, we hold the keys to help Atlanta Public Schools usher in and sustain the winds of change that now flow through our district and by default through our city. I ask that you think and ruminate on how you can journey with us to make the vision for APS 2036 possible, truly mission possible. Well, what are those ways, Dr. Herring? So to be clear, a dedicated corporate philanthropic partner that commits to a school year after year helps us unlock the mission. We need nearly 40 additional corporate partners. You're already in the room. Every school, every principal can tell you what their need looks like. This looks like Deloitte at Harper Archer Elementary School. Deloitte has provided 2 years funding support for the school's community and school site coordinator and is leveraging its consulting expertise to enhance family engagement. They're also providing financial literacy opportunities to both scholars and parents at the school. And they've engaged with us over the past few months with helping our team reimagine the Harper Archer Planetarium space. Internship and apprenticeship opportunities. Number 2, for every APS senior helps us unlock this mission. Corporate sponsorship for every school, internships and apprenticeships. This looks like Chick-fil-A's creative mentorship program that will expose our scholars to careers in marketing, graphic design, and the arts. Mentorship and role models help us unlock the mission. Corporate partners, apprenticeships, mentors as well help unlock the mission. And that looks like big brothers, big sisters of Metro Atlanta, or you, or even you online, spending time walking alongside a student year after year on their K-12 journey. I simply want to be clear. And it's worth noting that Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Metro Atlanta is currently at work across several of our middle schools in year 1 of a 3-year pilot program to provide one-to-one mentoring and small group mentoring for our scholars. And guess what we need? We need more mentors. Our work is mission critical to their success. They make it personal for me, and they should be personal for you as well. When scholars step through our doors and we see them for their potential. We see them as a mission that is possible. So for clarity, we need corporate partnership. We need corporate apprenticeships and internships today. We need mentors, big brothers, big sisters. We need more. And we also need your fiscal investment. As it is our 150th year, we have a bold, ambitious goal, and I may say it twice because it's necessary, that we can identify and raise philanthropic dollars that will give our schools and our clusters the opportunity to have discretionary funding. In this first year, our bold goal is to raise $15 million. In a city called Atlanta, that's about $15.82. Y'all didn't laugh on that one. It's in the room. It's in the city. It's possible if you invest. In a city like Atlanta, we can do it. We can raise the money for our schools. We can find the mentors for our schools. We can give every principal the corporate partner that they deserve. We can have apprenticeships and build that workforce before they leave us. And why is that important? Because when we do that together, we'll have the next mayor of the city of Atlanta. We already know that's possible, right? The next entrepreneur, the next influencer, the next leader of industry, the next CEO, the next superintendent, the next senator, the next principal, the next fill in the blank with anything you want to be, because we can't name that job because we can't even define it today. It is possible. It is Mission Possible APS 2036. It is about creating more of these success stories. And these stories can be created before our scholars leave Atlanta Public Schools. And now our scholars will join me on the stage as I take the opportunity to close. I want you to simply applaud them because you've engaged with the vast majority of them as you entered into the rooms. Come on, scholars, and let me tell you all something. They are amazing. You cannot be in a room with scholars and not bring in joy and not bring in support and not champion who they are. And I'm going to say this word because we already know the world used to need more of it, and not love them. This is the work we do every day for all of you. And I'm not turning my back to you. I'm turning my heart to them because you are our, they are our why. They are. I've had the personal privilege to spend private time with many of our scholars. My mind is blown, not because I'm surprised, but because when you do, you are not the same. You cannot unsee the imperative, the vision, and I hope it's been a bit more visible for you today. For our scholars, I want them to know that we're already proud of them and that anything that they imagine and are willing to do, we're willing to do it with them because it's possible. Now, knowing that, and knowing that everyone in this room is excited about supporting all of our scholars on this journey, I want you to think about what you see as your mission possible. But I want our scholars to tell us what they see, and a few will.
What was that?
What do you see, Aiden, as mission possible?
I see progress for every student within the district.
Say it again, Aiden,
I
for
see
them.
progress for every student within the district.
Progress for every student within the district. Can we give Aiden a hand for that? Who? Brooks like, yes, go ahead.
I see more mental health resources being invested in our community.
More mental health resources. By the way, this isn't scripted, it's authentic. We trust them. And the mental health that currently exists because they asked for it, because our student advisory council polled and queried their peers, and they said, we must have. I'm going to close this out if that's all right, scholars. But no, because my friend Brooke has one more. Brooke, what is it?
I see more LGBTQ representation in our
High
country.
five! What you see? I love my scholars, and you gotta love them as well. And one more thing, I've said it already. At the start of this debate tonight, today feels like tonight we're in this room. You received a program. Inside of that program, that should be a QR code. I want to take you to it. And we are asking you to help join us in crafting this vision. We've connected you with all of our principals and our scholars because their voices matter and they are critical to this conversation. I am thankful for your thought partnership today, as you have allowed me to deconstruct with you your views on innovation with our team, what innovation looks like, what it sounds like, what it feels like in your corporations, in our classrooms, what we can do together. And so it is time for radical innovation that delivers future-proof opportunities for every APS scholar. I've told you, we need a corporate partner for every one of our schools. And there are so many other specific opportunities in social emotional learning, wellness, as you've heard our scholars say, that continue to be a need. We must break the chains of generational, intergenerational poverty that have plagued our city. And we have a moral imperative to disrupt the relentless cycle in which poverty is passed down from one generation to the next. I have to share, in partnership with the City of Atlanta, Operation Hope and Citibank, we are excited to welcome the second cohort of scholars to the Child Savings Account program. Well, what is that, Dr. Henry? Beginning next week, our Title I elementary schools will receive welcome kits making more than 5,000 students eligible for $50 in seed deposits towards post-secondary education or entrepreneurial pursuits. This is our second round. That deserves an applause. We're expanding our work with teaching financial literacy, starting from elementary schools because it's a moral imperative. Innovation, colleagues, is a movement in Atlanta. It is an imperative that we must do. I hope that that number of 15 million doesn't shake or frighten you. It goes and it is entrusted within our schools. We realize that that's a necessary ask for our schools to do the work that beyond what we currently have allows them to do more. There is space for everyone in this room to help us, everyone. And the question simply is, between being inspired and being innovative, how will you invest in the movement towards APS 2036? I hope that you will stay connected with me as superintendent and with the board on social media and use the hashtag 2036 Mission Possible to share about your experience today. I want to be clear on today's takeaway, and I hope that we fed you well, both on the plate, but also physically and mentally. That I hope that you are inspired and curious. We need more partnerships to support in our schools, and this conversation extends beyond just your fiscal resources. We need partnership that helps to reshape our physical capacity for reimagining. So let us start or re-engage in the conversation on how you can leverage the expertise in your work teams to help us do this work. There are opportunities for you to have a presence in our school buildings and allowing our scholars to help shape that along the way, or simply to enable them to begin imagining new possibilities. We're doing the work. There is more work to do, but this is what I know for sure. The mission is possible. The vision is clear. When you entered the Illuminarium today, our goal was simply to light the way. We hope that there has been something that lit up inside of you. And if that is the case, we want that to become a spark. And if that is the case, let that spark be a part of the spark that inspires the scholars behind me and the nearly 50,000 that we serve. And for clarity, yes, it is 2023, but we're on a journey that will take us into 2036. And you have an expectation for all of us to get there collectively. And we dare not do it alone. And we won't. Because APS Mission 2036 is a mission that is possible. And together, can we say it together? Together, we can make it happen. Thank you and be well.
I'm Montez. I am possible.
I'm Jasmine and I am possible. I'm Nehemiah and I am possible.
I'm Leo, and I am possible.
I'm Juliana. I'm possible. Where will I be in 2036? Where will I be in 2036?
What will I be doing?
You must be exhausted.
I'm counting on you.
I'm counting on you.
I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you. I am possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, in lieu of the QR code, please use the URL located on the front of your program. Once again, in lieu of the QR code, there is a link URL on the front of your program. Thank you so much.